What do you get when you cross Robin Hood with a dolphin? Someone who steals from the rich and gives to the poor puss. Happy Friday, my friends. Welcome to the stream. I hope you are well. We've got Lucent Jelly first in chat tonight. Happy to have you here as always, Jelly. Thank you. And we've got 2 games on the menu. 2 games I've been working on for a little while and have thus far failed to finish. Will tonight be any different? I don't know. We're on the Game Boy Advance via the Game Boy Player on the GameCube. And we're playing Ecco the Dolphin. We're up to the last stage, the last boss. I'm in an endless loop of suffering. We've been here for 8 hours. When I played this game on the Genesis, I was stuck in this exact same position for 21 hours. So, I've still got time to set a new PB. So we'll try this for a while tonight, as long as I can take it. I have almost no hope of beating it, ever. It's so much worse. It's so much worse than on the Genesis version. In just the right ways to make me have no hope. My Genesis victory means nothing here. But we'll try. I'll try to keep spirits high, and we'll try. And then there's a Contra Advance later tonight. A game I'm doing a little better every time, but only by just millimeters. The Shadow Archon, welcome in, Shadow. Great to see you. It's been a little while. I hope you've been doing well, my friend. Shadow is another streamer who knows a thing or two about taking on some challenging games, my friends. Alright, let's go ahead and get our password put in and get this misery train on the tracks. Pop in alert, came to share some suffering with you. Thank you, very much appreciated. So our password doesn't actually lead to the machine, but leads to an alternate final level. I'm sure we're going to see plenty of the machine. Don't worry, it's going to be here. But we're going to start off actually on the alternate final level, the stomach. Hey, Loyal to Soil, good to see you, Loyal. Thank you for joining us, my good friend. I hope everyone's having a great night. Well, I'm playing Ecco the Dolphin again, Loyal, so things are quite dubious. I'm okay though. I'm a little low energy tonight. I have to admit, it's been a little bit of a long day for me. I'm a little bit tired, but I'm happy to be with good company and have an opportunity to hopefully have some good times here at this game. This awful, awful game. I remember you playing the Genesis version. What a ride that was. I know. I wish I'd never discovered that a Game Boy Advance port existed. Because as soon as I discovered it, I said, wow, the Genesis the Genesis version of Ecco the Dolphin was like the worst experience of my life. So why don't I play what is undoubtedly a more horrible version? It's virtually identical to the Genesis game. There's very few changes. There's a couple small places where levels are different. There's checkpoints in this version, which I hear are in the Japanese version of the Genesis game. So there are checkpoints that didn't exist when I played it before. But the screen crunch is horrific. They did nothing to compensate for the screen crunch. They just threw you in with like 2/3 of the visibility and said, you figure it out. And they took out all the music. The song that you're hearing now, this like 10-second loop, is the only music in the entire game. And like, the Genesis version of Echo has some really good music on a few stages. No longer, no more. No, that was the end of the level. That was literally the final obstacle. I think this game could make a person quite literally insane, Jelly says. I think I'm the prime example. Are we at the end? Yeah, Loyal, we're at the end. I've been at the end for 8 hours so far with no hope in sight. So the answer to your question is technically yes, but that yes is pretty meaningless, I'm afraid. One moment, please, my friends. Alright, thank you for the coffee, Jelly. And yes, I beat the Genesis version, Loyal. We beat that one last year, I think. But I've never beaten this version, and probably never will. I'm only supposed to put this game on the schedule one night a week, because it's like a toxic chemical. Too much exposure is very dangerous. But I made the foolish mistake of scheduling it twice in 1 week. So I'm in extra pain. You'll beat it. I have faith in you. Thank you, Shadow. I hope I don't let you down, but I kind of think I will. I'm not the, I think I'm not the protagonist of this story. I don't think victory is in my future. if I have to fail at the boss, like, you know, if failure is inevitable, which it always is, but when I have to fail at the boss, the best possible outcome is to be sent to the stomach. I don't want to be sent to the machine if I can at all avoid that. I can't avoid it. Like, there's a mechanism to avoid it, but it's not really up to me. The stomach is infinitely better than the machine, though. I mean, I could avoid the machine. I could avoid the machine forever if I just, like, if every time I got sent there, I just reset the game and put in my password for the stomach. Like, I could avoid ever seeing the machine again with that method, right? But that feels to me like it would lack integrity, so. While I'm aware of that solution, I will not take advantage of it. Oh, well, cool. Machine incoming. I accidentally tapped against the boss, and my health bar immediately depleted. Yeah, that feels like cheating. You're too wholesome to pull that stunt, Loyal says. Oh, thank you, Loyal. I wish you were wrong. I wish I were lazy and would just take the easiest way out. Alright, here we are. My real nightmare. The machine. It's been a good 19 minutes, my friends. Why is the wheel should be on? I don't know why you don't see it on your end. I turned it on before the stream. I can double check it in a little while, but it should be there. I've done everything I could do. What kind of coffee do I drink? So I tend to drink Folgers Black Silk coffee. It's a really dark roast, and I just have my coffee plain black. This coffee, though, is actually cut. It's half Black Silk and half some medium roast decaf store brand. I don't even know what it is. But I do half and half sometimes to cut back on the caffeine a little bit. That's what I've done tonight. So it tastes less good, but I mean, it's fine. Coffee is coffee. I'm not like there is very much good coffee and bad coffee, but I'm not really super picky. I'll kind of drink any coffee. I'll just complain about it if it's not very good. I say that, but that's not true. Coffee can taste too bad for me, because I was in a hotel not that long ago, and in the morning, they had some like things out that looked like they were those like coffee dispensers where you like push the top and it comes out. And I went over to one of those and it was empty, and I was like, "Oh, this I must be mistaken." Because it was really early, so I didn't think it would have been used up. But there was like a machine nearby that was like, I don't know, it made like hot cocoa and coffee and hot water and some other stuff. But one of the things was coffee, and so I was like, oh, I was mistaken about these. I'm supposed to use this, I guess. And so I got the coffee out of that big box machine, and it was horrific. I actually couldn't finish it, and I was like, I don't know why this coffee tastes so weird, and I never figured it out. It was just bad. I guess it was probably instant coffee. Once I beat this game, Deathless is next, right? So you don't know, you may not know this because I don't keep a bar up, but the one, and I don't really do a whole lot of sort of like sub goals and donation pushes and stuff like that on the stream, but we do have one ongoing perpetual sub goal, and that is to hit the low number of 1 million subs. And the day that that happens, I have promised that I will start to train for the Deathless Ecco the Dolphin on Genesis run. So any day now, I'm I'm gonna be starting practice for that, Shadow. Just you wait. That is, by the way, not a lifetime of the stream goal. That is a goal to hit simultaneously 1 million active subs. That distinction is very important. Because one of those numbers is super likely. uh, so yeah, that's definitely in the future. Make sure you follow so you don't miss that content. Modus, welcome in. Good time of day to you. Good time of day to you, my friend. Welcome to a whole bunch of nonsense. We're playing Ecco the Dolphin again. My mind is turning to putty. Loyal says black coffee's strong. You're a legend. Well, thank you. Thank you, Loyal. I like my coffee really dark and really strong. I do. I didn't always. I definitely didn't always. I grew a taste for really like strong black coffee way late into my coffee appreciation. I didn't really like coffee for a very long time, and for a while when I had it, it had to be like basically more milk than coffee. Tons of sugar, tons of cream. Not really coffee, but like a coffee flavored milkshake. But when I lived in Korea, one of my friends got me into the hobby of smoking pipe tobacco, which don't smoke, everyone. It's bad for you. But so he and I would smoke together. And usually when you start off with pipe tobacco, you start off with like basically flavored tobaccos, and they're really sweet. And we met in a coffee shop to smoke, and so like we would have coffee, and just because the tobacco was so sweet, like I started to appreciate my coffee stronger and stronger and more bitter as a good contrast to that. And then even as my tobacco appreciation evolved, my coffee taste stayed. My coffee preferences stayed set at, like, maximum bitterness now. I guess. It's not really the bitterness that I enjoy, but you know what I mean. The raw coffee punch. at a million subs, he promises to train. That training could take years. No, Loyal, don't point that out. That loophole was supposed to be a secret. Oh. It's morning in Finland, Modus says. Well, good morning to you. Just woke up, having breakfast with a large cup of coffee. Fantastic. I hope it's an excellent breakfast. Hey, Dynamite, welcome in. What's causing all this? Oh, I can't, That's like an existential question, Dynamite. I can't explain. What is causing me to pursue this echo grind? I don't know. I think I have a warped competitive edge, right? Because like I like to pursue challenging things and you know, to sort of take on and conquer challenges. Um but like I'm not really interested in things like you would think that maybe that would like spur me on to like be really competitive and want to like master a speed run and be the top of a leaderboard or something like that. But I don't really, that doesn't really push me. Like that doesn't tend to motivate me. Instead, my competitive drive is just to do things that other people wouldn't bother to do. Not to be the best at something a lot of people want to do, but to do something that's so awful no one else wants to do it. That's my competitive spirit. Hey, Stream Kyle, welcome in. Thank you for the wheel. We'll give that a spin in a moment. Modus says, I've drank coffee for as long as I can remember, with milk though. Yeah, I mean everyone should have their coffee. Like I don't want to be like a coffee snob. I'm not really saying that the way that I have it now is better than the way I used to have it. It's just my tastes for it sort of changed, and I appreciate it in a way that now that I didn't before. But don't torture yourself with coffee that you don't like. Don't do that. Have it the way that you enjoy it the most, for sure. 10 p.m. in California, Loyal says. Shadow says, I've noticed a correlation between smoking and black coffee drinkers. That was an old Ric Flair quote, Dynamite says. I did in my heart of hearts suspect that was probably a quote to a reference that once again I let you down on. I feel that, Frownie. I'm the same way, just stubborn. Oh, you certainly are, Shadow. I mean, I saw you playing The Wizard of Oz. I don't even like the smell of coffee, Kyle says. Oh, that's a shame. I think I like the smell of coffee better than I like the taste. All right, let me have one more drink of my coffee before I potentially ruin myself with the wheel. So sunflower seeds are gone from the wheel. I ate them all. They're all used up, so there are no more sunflower seeds. Everything else on the wheel is the same for now, but the sunflower seeds have been replaced with cinnamon candy buttons. Oh, and those are not level 5. I'd mistyped that. There's no level for the candy buttons. I mean, there is. There actually is a level, but we're not at level 5. We're at level 1 on those. Level 5 doesn't even exist. But that's the only thing that's different. It's in the same place the sunflower seeds used to be. So if I land opposite the beans we've got up here, button, that's the candy buttons. Everything else is the same. So let's... This wire is in the way. That's odd. Let me get this wire out of the way. Alright, let's go. Come on, good spin. Almonds! It did that. This wheel is notorious for that backspin. It looks like it lands on something and then it moves one back so often. Almonds are good. I'm happy for those. These are Blue Diamond Extreme Almonds, Carolina Reaper variety. They're pretty mild, at least if you're only eating them a pinch at a time. The Carolina Reaper is kind of a marketing hype thing. They're not as spicy as that pepper would lead you to believe. It's a very small percentage of the mix. They taste kind of like Chex Mix. There's like some smokiness, some garlic, onion kind of quality to them. They're pretty good. So I'm just gonna have a pinch of like, I don't know, 4 or 5 of them. Yeah, those are alright. Not even anything to complain about with the heat there. It's a little spicy. I think if you ate a whole bunch of them, it would accumulate on you a little bit. But these are entirely manageable and, in fact, delightful. Had to refresh my page to get the wheel, Loyal says. No worries, no worries. Shadow says, I played worse than the Wizard of Oz. No doubt, no doubt. That one just came to mind. Some tweaks and it might actually be an okay game. Dynamite says, I equate that gaming drive to what I heard regarding a dog being able to walk at length on only its hind legs. It's not that it's impressive that it could do it, it's that why would it even bother? Precisely. All right. This game is more painful than those almonds. Play the Super NES Rocketeer Frownie. You'll figure it out and beat it in a night, but man, it is not fun. I want to play. I have the Rocketeer on both NES and Super NES. I want to play them both. The Rocketeer is something I haven't revisited it in a very long time, but it made a huge impression on me when I was a kid. I don't remember how old I was. I don't remember how old I was when I saw it. It was probably right when it was new. I might have even seen it in theaters, though. That's... Anytime I say I saw something in theaters as a kid, I'd put an asterisk by it, because I feel like I saw everything in the theater when I was a kid. I think because I was so small, so every TV seemed so big to me. that I falsely remember seeing every movie in theaters. The logic of that doesn't really play out, because TVs also used to be much smaller, commonly. But at any rate, I watched The Rocketeer when I was a kid, and it made a big impression on me, because then I spent a lot of my childhood drawing little comic books about a superhero with a rocket on his back. Rocket Guy or Rocket Man or something. Some generic name. Hey, Jugresk, welcome in. Good to see you again. Hope you've been doing well. Pleasure to have you with us tonight. For Echo. They're both terrible. No doubt. I played a little bit. I think, of the Super NES game. Like, when I was testing it out when I got it, I could not figure out how the flying part right at the very beginning of the game works. That's the only part of the game I've ever even seen. So I'm pretty confident it's going to be a horrible experience. When I can't figure out what to do on stage 1. Is Echo fighting aliens here? Yeah, 100%. 100% we're fighting aliens. If you don't know, if you're not really familiar with Echo, it is a wild ride. There's aliens, there's time travel, there's aliens, there's dinosaurs, there's giant talking DNA molecules, there's a journey to sunken Atlantis. Echo is almost like one of the greatest games ever made. It is like... Particularly if you're playing one of the console versions. I can't speak to all of them. I've only played the Genesis one. But we're doing it handheld. Don't play the handheld version. Don't do that to yourself. But the Genesis version, like, it looks great. It's got some really good music. It's got some awful music, too. But I think the awful music is awful on purpose. The story is, like, crazy. Just over the top and bizarre. It should be fantastic, but the gameplay is unbearable agony. Hey, it couldn't feel worse to play this game if my controller were made of razor blades. Like, it is agony to play this game. For the final boss, you have to do both things, Dynamite. To defeat the final boss, you have to shoot at its eyes, and then you have to ram into its jaw, and then you have to ram into its head. But like every time you hit the eyes, it showers out a rain of projectiles on you. And of course, all physical contact with the boss is damage, and there are no iframes. So ramming into it is a really easy maneuver to do. Since touching it instantly kills you. It's very easy to pull off an attack where you touch it. But you have to ram into its jaw, and you have to do that not ram into its jaw 3 times. You have to ram into its jaw several times until it breaks off. But when you break the jaw off, it grows a new one. And it does that, I think, 3 times. So... And then, in the final phase, where you have to ram into its head, every time you ram into its head, an enemy spawns out of its head that you have to watch out for, and you have to shoot that enemy with your other attack. It's horrible. I couldn't make up a worse boss fight. Hey, Mile Hyrule, welcome in. When Echo the Dolphin stream? 24-hour Echo the Dolphin? We'll do that Mile Hyrule right after the 24-hour wrestling stream that you're gonna co-host with me. Never seen The Rocketeer, Stream Kyle says, but I'm a big fan of Billy Campbell. Mainly from the 4400. I don't know what that is. Took a year off acting to sail around the world, delivering educational stuff to various places. He said when he got back to acting, it was like a day after he was scrubbing toilets on a ship. I'm Mile Hyrule. I'm not really in a position to where I can judge other people's jokes for not being funny. You have been here at the start of a stream before, right? I've got a lot of evidence against me. If I want to profess to be any sort of judge of comedy. I've got a lot of evidence to the contrary. You better beat this tonight. Or you and me are all up. I'm gonna do my best, Dynamite. No promises. So far, we're not even at 9 hours on this stage yet. On the Genesis, the easier version of this, it took me 21 hours to beat the last stage, so... I'm not even at hour 9 yet on this one. We got a ways to go. That's not even the worst that I've ever, like, being stuck for 21 hours on the last stage of this isn't even the worst I've been stuck in a game. I don't know, it's hard to say, because the competitor that is Battletoads. Like, because I was stuck in Echo for hours and hours and hours, but it was really spread out. Because I was only playing it once a week or so over the course of a couple months. But when I got stuck in Battletoads, I was playing Battletoads almost every night for at least a month, and I was still not making progress. But it's hard to judge, because with Battletoads, like, you don't get stuck just at one stage, because there are limited tries for Battletoads, so I kept having to go back to the very start and replaying the entire game over and over again. Which, was, in the case of Battletoads, was definitely preferable. I wouldn't want to be stuck like that in this game. I'm very, if I had to play this game from the top every, like, 3 deaths, we would not beat it. The horrifying part is I have this on the Genesis emulator, and I gotta make sure I resist the temptation to ever touch it if you don't beat it. Hey, you might do well on it. I kind of suspect... I feel like I'm kind of uniquely terrible at Echo. Like, a lot of people complain about how bad it is, and they say that they had a hard time with it, but... I mean, I know of first playthroughs that have gone way more smoothly than mine. Hey, Boat Ladder, great to see you, my friend. Hope you are doing well. Feel like I haven't caught you in a while, my friend. I'm sorry you have to be here with us tonight while I'm playing Echo. I'm happy to have you here. I just feel bad that this is what I'm greeting you with. What do we have for dinner tonight? I had fried rice, Loyal. I had fried rice with chicken thighs and peas. I've been doing a really simple fried rice. Usually I like to make like a stir fry that's sort of Thai basil in style with chicken, and I've started putting cashews in it, but it's a little bit more like labor intensive, so for the fried rice, I just use frozen peas, and then I add a couple dried seasonings to the sauce, like some like dried minced onion and garlic. So I'm not doing the like fresh onion and garlic like I do for a proper stir fry. But it's just it's some chicken thighs, some frozen peas, some scrambled egg, with a sort of like a fried rice sauce, and just everything, thrown in with the rice, of course. Pretty quick to put together. The worst part of it is sort of mincing the chicken thighs. Great to see you too, Boat Ladder says. Thank you. Let me, Stream Kyle said 4400 was decent. I think Billy Campbell's role was the best part, but the show overall was good too, even though they canceled it on kind of a cliffhanger from what I recall. Oh, that's the worst way to go out. Dynamite says, I've forgotten, but I remember as a little kid, we had the game at someone's house. They had that final boss code, and I saw the level and the boss. Can't remember if I played it or not. I must have, though. Yeah, people were telling me when I was stuck in the Genesis game, people were telling me there was a code I could use to skip to the boss, but if the game didn't give it to me, I couldn't cheat. So I shouldn't be trusted to make decisions for myself. uh How do you cook the thighs? Chicken thighs are the best part of the chicken. Yeah, chicken thighs are good. I just well for the fried rice, Mile High Roll. Um, I mean, I just get boneless, skinless thighs, and I just cut them up into real small. Like I just take a chef's knife and just cut them into like tiny, like bean-sized pieces for the fried rice. So it's not really like I don't really preserve a lot of the integrity of the chicken thigh. Hey, Christian, cool, welcome in. Hanging out here while board gaming. Oh, nice. Hope that goes well for you. And of course, I always appreciate the lurk, my friend. Had some boneless chicken for the first time while I was visiting Singapore a few weeks ago. Easily my new favorite way to consume chicken, Modus says. Generally just all about what is easiest for what I'm doing, or what is cheapest. You know, I'll always get stuff just with the bone in if I'm like, you know, sort of grilling or preparing the whole ingredient. But if it's something where I need to break it down into like bite-sized pieces, then I just gotta start with the bone out. Waking up at 2 a.m. for work. Wow. I'm used to going to bed well after that, not waking up at that time. But come December, I get to be my usually night owl self again. Oh, that's nice. I wish you a smooth ride to December, boat ladder. Dynamite was saying salmon sushi and some blue cheese stuffed olives for me tonight. It was exactly what I needed. I don't think I've ever had proper sushi. I think I've only had sushi once in my life, and it was with some very dubious imitation fish that I think made me kind of sick. I had a burger, Mile High Roll says. It was a mistake at work, so I took it home. Right on. I'm gonna make a chicken finger mistake at work tomorrow. Oh, I see. Shadow says, I made some barbecue rib sandwiches for dinner. Nice. I love a good barbecued rib. Welcome in, Priscilla the Corgi. Pleasure to have you with us. Hope you're having a wonderful night. Welcome to Echo. I had sushi once. My cat really enjoyed it that night. I don't have seafood at all very often. because my wife doesn't. She doesn't like any kind of seafood. She ate some fish sticks when she was a kid. She says that went bad, and ever since then she's not been able to stomach any kind of seafood. So, and because I cook meals, I'm cooking for both of us. I'm not gonna cook something, I'm not gonna cook something that she can't eat, and I'm not gonna cook 2 meals, right? So I don't make seafood all that often. But when I do, on the rare occasions that I do, our cats go crazy for it, and they outnumber me. So it's a dangerous prospect. Whenever I want to make seafood for dinner, I have to ask myself, like, is it worth risking my life? I'm pretty sure one of my cats loves me more than seafood. Another one of my cats probably holds us in about equal regard. And the third cat, like, she's just hoping I'll hurry up and die and get out of her house. Sorry, everything's running away from me. Let me pause for a moment here. Be good to be back how you want things, Loyal says to Boat Ladder. Indeed. I love sushi, Shadow says. Mahiro says, remember when I find those 2 Firekeeper souls, we're gonna have to get together and try them. I wonder if they'll taste like sushi. Oh. I imagine they've got to be pretty spicy, right? They've got fire right in the title. Not found any yet, though. Do you like the Alien movies? Yeah, I like the first 4. I think I saw one of the Alien vs Predator movies, but I haven't seen much of the stuff after Alien Resurrection. Alien 1 is, Alien is great. Aliens is great. I have a hard time deciding if I like Alien or Aliens better. For a long time, I leaned toward Alien, but I rewatched them last year, and I have to say, Aliens has some pretty good stuff. It's hard to pick. Alien 3 is better than its reputation, though I get kind of why a lot of people don't dig it. And Alien Resurrection is pretty bogus, but it has nostalgia value to me. Hey, welcome in, Conqueror Worm. Thank you for the raid. I hope you are doing well tonight. Welcome to the endless playthrough of Ecco the Dolphin, where I repeat the last level over and over and over again until I turn to dust and blow away in the wind. I was trying to type a shout out, but I wasn't typing into the right field. Hope your stream went well. Did I spell something wrong? Oh, don't use that link. I typed our friend's name wrong. That other Conqueror Worm is an imposter. There we go. What were you playing in the retro category tonight? We'd love to know. Everything on my desktop is out of order now from... There we go. Got me all confused. Let me get caught up here. Oh my goodness, I'm way far behind in the chat. Sushi 70% poorly made, Dynamite says. You have to find a legit place, or it will sour you on this experience and you'll never try again. I'll be brave enough to try again. I'll be brave enough. You have cats. What are their names? I have 2, Modus says. Sadly, one of them passed away recently. It's just me and Choo Choo now. Choo Choo is a cute name. I'm sorry to hear that about your other friend, Modus. That's the unfortunate thing about having pets is they don't tend to hang in there quite as long as we do. But we've got 3. I've got a gray tabby female named Twiggy. I've got a brown male named Khaki, and I've got a solid black male named Inky. Though Khaki, we tend to call him Mr. Pants, and Inky is Inky's name on paper, but really we call him Beans. No one has called him Inky in so long. His real name is Beans. So we've got Mr. Pants and Beans and Twiggy. Twiggy doesn't really have a nickname. She's just Twiggy. Loyal says, just watch the first 3 Alien movies on Hulu again. There's a new one coming out, Mahiro says. I'm hyped. Well, hopefully that will turn out well. Loyal says, I love Aliens more, the second one. It's so hard for me to like Alien because of the horror, but Aliens is a... It's so hard for me. I like Alien because of the horror, but Aliens is great as a movie, Mahiro says. Yeah. Yeah, Alien's a way better horror movie, of course. I have a button on my Stream Deck that automatically shouts out the person who last rated Mega Useful, Modus says. I do, I'm doing everything low-tech and manually. I'm super clumsy. Alien is Texas Chainsaw in space. I love them both, though, Mahiro says. Alright, Conqueror Worm says Atari stuff. Yar's Revenge. And also watched a 40-minute Nolan Bushnell video interview. Right on. I've only played a little bit of Yar's Revenge. We've done that once on the stream. You know what? When we played it, there was something wrong with my video feed too. So I need to give it another try because I've only kind of seen it kind of all messed up with the colors all weird because the RF signal wasn't coming through right. Shadow says, rewatched Alien 3 and 4 a month ago. I don't think the 3 one is very good. There's more I like about the 4th one than I thought I would, Shadow says. Fair enough. Alien 3 kind of has a problem because it has to come after Aliens. And it was just... There wasn't really a whole lot. I don't think there was much of a chance of that movie coming together super well. I don't know why Twiggy is named Twiggy. She was named that when we got her. Khaki was as well. He just came, both of them came with their names. It's hard to stream original Atari stuff. I was playing the Atari Anthology Collection on PlayStation 2. Right on. Well, Hyrule says, I loved Alien Isolation and the Blair Witch game. I'd like to check out Alien Isolation, I think, just for the aesthetic of it at some point. I've seen a little bit from it. It looks like they did a really good job of capturing its, like, you know, its vision of future technology. I love that. I love the 80s vision of the future, right? The like cassette punk design. Where all the computer monitors 1,000 years from now are still CRTs running in green and black screens. Everything's still running on tape technology. It's great. Aliens all day. For some reason, any old school movie with Michael Biehn is great. Terminator, Navy SEALs, Tombstone, Aliens, couple more, Dynamite says. Hey, we had a new follower come on board. Welcome to the stream. Pleasure to have you with us, my friend, and thank you for coming on board with us. Hope you're having a wonderful night. Same. It's beautiful, Mile Hyrule says. It's a wonderful aesthetic. Do you like FPS horror? I really haven't played a lot of first-person horror games, I don't think. I kind of think that that's probably the way to go. If you're looking to be scared. In a game, I think that the ways that you are limited from a first-person perspective are really beneficial to a horror environment, but I don't know that I've ever played a first-person horror game all the way through, or if I've ever played one at all, aside from like Doom 64, maybe. I have to think. I've seen you working on this game for a while. Is it a port? Oh, I'm gonna get crunched. Of the Genesis version or an original game? This is a port. It's the Genesis game, almost one for one. I think it's based on the Japanese game though, because like the checkpoints that I'm hitting here are not in the American Genesis game, but I've heard they're in the Japanese one. It's really faithful, though, to the Genesis game. There's a couple places where the levels are slightly different, and I wonder if that also might be a North America versus Genesis thing, but they're pretty minor. The biggest differences are the screen is crunched, so it's impossible to see what you're doing, and everything becomes an endless nightmare because of that. And they took out all the music except for this 1 10-second loop that plays over and over again through the entire game. So I definitely do not recommend this being, if you must play Ecco the Dolphin, if you are one of us who are cursed to play this game, then I cannot recommend playing the Game Boy Advance port of it. One of the DLCs a retelling of the first movie. Don't you kind of already know what happens in that case? Oh, there's a Switch version of it now. Nice. I hadn't been keeping an eye on that. Well, that's definitely how I would play it. I played Tides of Time a lot as a kid. Never got far though. I have that one on my to-do list. I almost ended up playing that one instead of this one, but I found, like, my plan was to play Tides of Time, but then I found out this existed. And I thought, well, why don't I do this first? And that was a bad decision. I have ambitions to complete all the Ecco games. I have Tides of Time, and I have the one on the PlayStation 2. I know there's a few more. There's a Game Gear one I don't have yet. I don't have Ecco Junior yet, but I do intend to work my way through every one of them. Yuck. Back to the machine. I'm waiting to see you do a deathless, no items, no sonar run of this next Frownie. Loyal, I didn't think that would be possible to think of a worse way to play this game. But you've done it. Congratulations. Dynamite says, my Gradius 3 no death has failed again. At a point where I realized I won't get any better and put it off. I mean, you never know, Dynamite. There's been a lot of times where I thought I wouldn't complete a challenge or I wouldn't finish a game, and you know, sometimes if you just keep coming back to it, sometimes it clicks. How did your Abadox run turn out, Dynamite? I don't know if I ever I don't know if I heard yet if you're still working on that one or if you got that one checked off. Kinda short, definitely fan service. Plays about a bit differently, but man, it's good. It would be interesting if they brought this series back with a new game, Conqueror Worm says. I just would hope it would not be so brutal. Tides of Time for the Sega CD is the only Ecco game I own, Shadow says. I just got them on Genesis. I didn't even know Tides of Time was on the Sega CD. I knew the first one was. Then make it Ecco the Dolphin Battle Royale. Ecco 99. 100 Echoes on one island? I mean, if we're on an island, that'd be pretty rough. It'd be kind of hard to swim. A friend cursed me with it as a gift, Shadow says. I've heard Tides of Time is better. I've heard that it's less frustrating. I kind of feel like I was misled about this game too, though. In the lead up to playing this game, I was talking about it, and I feel like I remember hearing a lot of positive things about this game in the chat during the lead up to it. I feel like I was a little bamboozled. Hey, Tommy, welcome in. Thank you for joining us tonight. Hope your weekend is getting off to a wonderful start. The machine level again, you poor soul. Yeah, I'm not supposed to play this twice in 1 week. I don't know what madness possessed me and had me put it on the schedule 2 times in 1 week, but yeah, here we are again. Dynamite says, I'm going to try Abadox again with the turbo controller. I was sick of tapping the button for 45 minutes straight. You know, a turbo controller would actually do you harm in this game, because the way the sonar works is if you mash the button, the second wave deletes the first one. So like if you wanna wipe all the way across the screen, you have to tap slow, so your beam has time to travel the whole distance. If you mash really fast, like the beam doesn't get anywhere because the new one keeps canceling it out. So a turbo button would actually make this game way harder. You know what? The laser in Contra also works like that. And I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't... I don't think there's any way for that to make sense. I mean, for Echo's power, like, it doesn't really have to make physical sense because it's like a telekinetic beam or something, right? I mean, if it's supposed to be sonar, though, for, like, echolocation, that is physical. So maybe it should make sense. I was thinking if it was, like, telekinesis, it's like magic, and so, like, I can't really worry too much about it, but I think it's supposed to be based on, like, physical sonar. But, like, with the laser in Contra, I don't understand why a new laser resets the old one. Like, the electrons of the first laser don't just disappear, right? Out of reality. But they do, but in the game, but they shouldn't. Loyal says, I'm low-key having a great time with this stream. Well, thank you, Loyal. I mean, that is the idea. I do prefer for people to have a good time, even when I'm playing trash like this. Apologies to all the fans of Echo who may be lurking. If I didn't make it clear before, I kind of don't like this game. I don't know if, Mile High Roll, I don't know if you're still there, but I didn't, I don't think you know. I found you were talking about a game, I think it was you, was talking about a game called Dynamite Heady, for the Genesis, a week or two, like a couple weeks ago. And I actually found a copy of that game, like, shortly after you mentioned it, and I forgot to say anything about it. But that's twice that's happened to me here in the past, like, in the past 2 months, where someone, like, suggests a Genesis game they think I should play, and then I actually find a copy for, like, $10. The first one was Kid Chameleon, and the second one was Dynamite Heady. So... I have designs for some games like that. I kind of think I'd like to finish up everything that we have active at the moment. Like every game that we've got that's started up and ongoing, I kind of feel like I'd like to get in a position where I just clear up everything that's ongoing and then just sort of start fresh. And try to maintain a schedule of, like, 4 games. Just maybe have a pattern where I start up, like, maybe like 4 games and then don't start a new one until all of them are finished. It'd make it hard to let people know when we're doing specific things, though, in a way. Because if I say I'm going to have a certain game on the schedule one night and then I finish it, then I've got to fill that time with another game, right? So I can't use it, like, I can't throw on a game that I already have for the scheduled for another night in the week. Because then I'll have misled people. I don't know. It's probably all pointless. Probably all pointless thinking. I think the schedule's gonna remain a disaster no matter what I may intend to do, no matter what my design for it may be. I think there's that inherent chaos within me that is going to bleed into the schedule regardless. Just from a game making perspective, the beam wouldn't cut off, it could be shot and never end. I think you're right. I mean, I guess if your character could run as fast as the beam, then yeah, you could fire one beam and then you just run to keep up with it, and it would just go on forever. There could be something to that. They go on ahead of you and clear out the stage before you even get there. That'd probably be pretty bad. Dynamite Heady is a good one, Shadow says. Don't work tomorrow, Loyal says. So you got some more time to hang out with us? Right on. Hopefully you've got something fun ahead of you on your day off. Oh, the beam itself is just a single shot. If you could spam shoot it, it would just look like one long beam. And they'd all bleed into each other. Yeah, okay, yeah. It would do that. And the laser travels through obstacles too. So not only would it like would the look of it be weird, but yeah, it would be wildly overpowered. I will fully concede from a game making perspective that makes complete sense. I do maintain a little bit of reservation that it just kind of doesn't make a lot of sense from a physics perspective, though. Not that that's super important, but it is weird and should be noted for its weirdness. To the stomach. This is one of those thumb killer games. Yeah, it kind of is. In particular stages. So like on the stage we were just in, the auto-scroller, the machine, the enemies come at you from all types of angles throughout the whole level, but the enemies are like, they're not random. Like, there's a specific pattern to the enemies, so in theory, you could memorize them and then only fire when you need to, but I mean... You have to have, like, a really deluxe-sized brain to be able to hold that kind of pattern in your mind, I think. So, for someone like me... I've just got to just fire constantly because I don't know when or where the enemies are coming from. And yeah, it's just like, you know, it's like a lot of other games, just button mashing. A lot of games that I like are kind of thumb destroyers, though, so, like, it's not really something that tends to bother me a whole lot, and until, like, I'm really, like, unless I've really been caught up in it for a while, and I'm starting to feel, the burn. But it takes I feel like it takes a little bit of a while before I start to wear down. I've got a decent button mashing stamina. Hey, there's jaw number 1. Oh, I'm almost dead. I actually have no health left. Jaw number 2. I missed. No, and I'm dead. That's the best I've done. That's the best I've done on this version of the game. It all means nothing now. But that is the best we've done. Frownie just punched that dude. Have you ever played Silver Surfer? I haven't, Modus. I'd like to play that one. I feel like that game's a little pricier. I don't know. I don't own a copy of that one. I feel like that one runs a little bit higher than what I usually like to spend on a on an NES game. Well, it's not that bad. Actually, it looks like it's running a little cheaper than last time I checked. So I don't know, I haven't bothered to pick that one up. But I thought, I've thought about it. I'd like to play it. I'm kind of holding off on buying NES and SNES games, though, because I'm kind of slowly saving up for a flash cart. I like Silver Surfer. It's not as bad as everyone says. Shadow says, "Yeah, I've heard a couple people, sort of speak in its defense, and that's definitely made me curious." I'm not a hardcore enough retro gamer to play on official hardware myself. I just take the easy way out and play on PC. Hey, no, there's nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. There's kind of a variety of reasons that keep me playing on the old hardware. But the biggest of them is just by random chance. Like, I'm just really lucky that for whatever reason, like, I haven't had the desire or opportunity to get rid of a lot of my retro stuff from childhood, and I got into retro collecting really early, so I was able to build up a physical collection when it was actually like super cheap, because everyone thought all this stuff was trash. So I'm really lucky to be able to have it, and that's one of the strong motivations to use it. But I've also just, I don't know, I've tinkered with emulation stuff a couple times, but it's hard. I've never really found a setup that I was super comfortable with. I've never had a good computer though either, so like, yeah, there's a lot of factors in play. I've never gotten comfortable with emulation, but I haven't really tried that hard or ever had a very good machine. So, because I'm in a position where I can, and because I'm happy with it, I just stick with the old hardware. I like the feel of the old controllers anyway, and I like the responsiveness of the CRT television. Respect people who collect the physical copies. I wish I had the patience for that. I mean, it's kind of fun. I like to have physical things. And you know, it doesn't happen so much anymore, but like when I was early into collecting, and you could go out to like garage sales and thrift shops and find like some real treasures that for some great deals. Like there was a thrill of the hunt to that I still enjoy, but it doesn't happen, you know, nearly as often. Silver Surfer, the sprite is big, but it's a decent shooter. One of the things people overlook is that it's cheat code, so you can practice the game if you want. I'm in a bad spot over there. But we have a raid coming in, so maybe it's a good time to be stuck in a bad spot. Attack Slug, thank you for the raid. Hey, good to see you. I hope you've been doing well. Hope you had a wonderful stream, my friend. What were you up to? How have things gone? Hopefully I can type your name correctly this time. Been typing a lot of people's names wrong tonight. Looks like Abriss, build to destroy. I don't believe I know about this game. Let me click through here. I'm gonna take a look. I don't know if I've checked out your page before. Let me give you a follow, too. About description says, he's just this guy, you know? Nice. Daniel RGT, welcome in. Thank you for coming along. Incredimike, welcome in. Thank you for being here as well. Oh no, that's wrong. That's wrong. I'm clicking through and following the wrong person. Did you see what I heard? He's a wannabe. Did you see what I heard? Did you hear what I said about typing names wrong all night? Look at this. I've got a 0% track record. I'm the biggest clown. Typing is impossible. I mean, it'd probably be a good idea if I didn't keep my chat in like a 0.7 size font, so I could actually tell the difference between the letter L and the letter I. uh. All right, I'm on the right page now. Following the correct streamer now. I'm loud and I play Earthbound. I have still yet to play. I still have yet to play Earthbound myself. Did I type the wrong thing again? No. I had a moment of panic. You were also playing Bubsy? I played Bubsy as a little bit as a kid. I remember that game being kind of rough. I haven't gone back to it though, so my judgment shall remain undecided. I know you, Frownie. You do no such thing. Using cheat codes to practice. I was gonna say something about that, Shadow. I was gonna say, yeah, that must be nice for people who are willing to do it. Welcome in, my friends. Good to have you here. Sorry for all the confusions there. Um, Kudos to you for playing Bubsy. Shadow says about that is there's a story behind your relationship with Bubsy. Uh, I forced my friends to play Bubsy with me. It's still terrible. Why am I trapped in the Bubsy dimension, unable to escape? Oh, I know how you feel. I'm trapped in the Ecco the Dolphin dimension, unable to escape. Uh, Bubsy's all the rage right now. My cousin had Bubsy when we were my cousin had Bubsy when we were kids. I played it with him a few times, and I remember basically I just remember the level design being kind of like Sonic, where there's like sort of different layers of the level you can move through. I might be wrong about that, but I feel like I remember the levels being really tall vertically, and the camera scrolling just being really nauseating if you moved at high speeds across the level. I feel like we just died a whole lot. It's the new Twitch meta. Better get on that fast. Well, we'll see about that. I think the later to that party I am, the luckier I'm gonna be. It sounds like. Slug literally was just like, "Hey, we're playing Bubsy on this day," and then there I was playing Bubsy on that day. uh, I was talked and dared into it by Upside Down Matt. Shadow says it started as a joke and I made it reality. I followed when I remembered. I thought I thought I remembered your name. I uh I followed when Horp raided and you were doing Dark Souls. Dark Souls was fun times. I still haven't gone back for the new game plus of Dark Souls, or moved on to another game yet. I did get a PlayStation 3 um not all that long ago, so I know that opens up some other Souls games to me if I can figure out how to capture the PS3. I know that's tricky, so there are some obstacles, but I still need to do a new game plus run of Dark Souls. I'm gonna ease my foot off of the no backseating rule on Dark Souls, on the Dark Souls New Game Plus, I think, and I think I'm gonna take an approach to it to where as I move through different areas, I'll kind of ask some yes or no questions of the chat to figure out where I've missed things and let them slowly lead me to them. I don't know. We're so strict with the blind policy around here that I know I need help, but I don't know how to ask for it. We're in the exact opposite situation now, though. I mean, it's kind of like Dark Souls because there's a lot of pain, but there's none of the joy and none of the victory. Now that we're trapped in Ecco the Dolphin. So this is the Game Boy Advance port of this game. For anyone coming in who may not know what we're up to, I played the Genesis version of Ecco last year, I think it was, and it was a nightmare. I got stuck in lots of places, sometimes for a couple hours. I made it to the last level. This is the last level. We're here now. I made it to this level on the Genesis game, and I was stuck here for 21 hours. Across several nights. And then, just recently, I found out that there was a Game Boy Advance port of Echo, and I thought, well, why not play that? The Ecco the Dolphin on the Genesis was just the worst experience of my life. Why don't I relive that in an even worse form? And that's how this playthrough started. And now I've been stuck on this stage for 10 hours. In this game. So, there's still time to set a new PB, but I'm not feeling very hopeful. We need more jank streamers on Twitch. Always. Always. Jankuary is a thing. Even Frownie participated, if I remember correctly. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Every January. Yeah. January is Jankuary. Play a bunch of trash games. Yeah, we've done it. So I've only been around long enough to do Jankuary twice. We played, I did a marathon of every ET game that I could find the first year, and then the second year I did Tasmanian Devil games. But I can't just do Jankuary once a year. I do it in July as well. We did Powerpuff Girls and Scooby-Doo games. This year we did we did all the Let's Ride games on the Game Boy Advance. Those were pretty miserable. I've never heard of this. It's the greatest month. That's why I have to do it more than once a year. Dynamite says, a friend lent me a PlayStation 3 like a year ago. I was grateful, but then I was like, this thing weighs 25 pounds with giant cords. I gave it right back. Looks like alien type enemies. Yeah, Echo goes to weird places. It is a wild game. Yeah, Jankuly. I do Jankuary and Jankuly. And in November we do Janksgiving. Basically any excuse I can come up with to play trash, I'm there. This game is so hard. Kudos for making it this far. Thank you, Incredible Mike, and thank you for the follow. By the way, I'm a little overdue for that, but I 100% do appreciate you coming on board with us. Thank you very much. Taz games, gross. Yeah, some of those the worst Taz game. If you just want to go straight to the awful heart of Taz games, Tasmanian Devil Munching Madness on the Game Boy Color is that's about the worst time you can have with Taz games. Janksgiving, that is so good. Yeah, the Janksgiving tradition is to try and play plug and play games. Last year we did I had a Power Rangers plug and play, Deal or No Deal, and we started one called 50 Video Games Included, which is just a masterpiece. 50 Video Games Included is it made such a wonderful first impression that immediately after the stream, one of my mods got onto eBay and bought herself a copy. Jankula, Janksgiving, Jankuary, Jank Timber, Janksimber. uh, Frownie just likes playing Jank for fun. I think I found Frownie on Mission Impossible and N64. Yeah, that's a pretty terrible time. That sounds so bad. I've never heard of that Taz game. Dynamite says it is horrific. Munching Madness. I think we did it. We did 100% run of that game. I don't think. Well, a spoiler alert for anyone who doesn't want to hear details about the game. Maybe don't listen to the stream for a minute. I'll give you the warning. I'm about to give a spoiler for Tasmanian Devil Munching Madness. But I don't necessarily think you have to get 100% for the true ending, but you have to get real close to it. And so I think I believe we did 100%, and just yuck. It does do something really cool though. It kind of justifies in the universe of the game why the 100% is locked behind the true ending. Or why the true ending is locked behind the 100%. Or no, actually, I don't remember. I don't remember exactly how it works now, but the game's collectibles become useful. And so as much as I hated that game, and it's an awful, miserable experience, there's one little thing that's kind of clever in that the collectibles that you're earning eventually become useful. Jankoween. all the Taz games that we had. I was told that Genesis Taz games would be a nightmare that I wouldn't survive, but those actually turned out to be the best of the bunch. I mean, they're pretty janky and broken games, like, compared to, like, you know, the, like, real games, but they were far from the worst things. Oh, I'm kind of stuck here. I might be mildly soft locked. So what you're saying is 5 people have beaten it. Random Guy 235, welcome to the stream. Pleasure to have you with us tonight. Hope you have been doing well. First Taz on the Genesis was fun with issues. Can't stand the second game, Dynamite says. The second game just... Boy, it got really rough, and because it doesn't have a save or password system, I needed to finish it on the first night. And so when I was at the end, if you find the right collectibles, then you don't have to worry about game over, because you can collect continues. And I found a continue, so I basically had infinite continues as long as I was able to collect it every time toward the end of the game. So I was like, I have to do it tonight, because I if I turn the game off, I gotta do the whole game over again. And so I was trapped in it, and that was what made the experience extra miserable. They're really kind of similar games, though. I like the first one better. I'm with you there. I definitely like the first one better. But they're pretty similar in a lot of ways. Oh, we got out. The way that the checkpoint saves, I think the way that when you hit the checkpoint and you die and you restart at the checkpoint, you can be set up to start in different positions. And so sometimes it's possible that that a checkpoint will start you in a really awkward position to where you're kind of semi soft locked because you'll just die at the start of every attempt. You always have that restart level option available to you though. So it's not as bad as it would sound. What's the objective of this game right now? Loyal asks. Loyal, I've got to make it through this maze. And then there's a boss at the end. And if I don't defeat the boss, I have to do the whole maze all over again. So that's where we stand. Currently the objective is the maze, but even if I beat it, it doesn't mean I won't have to beat it again. That part there is the worst. That part exists because of the screen crunch where I just died a moment ago. They did when they ported this, they did nothing to compensate for the Game Boy Advance's screen crunch. So there are a few areas where you have to swim off screen around obstacles that you can't see. And that's like that area back there where I died is the worst offender. It's the worst example of that. I was always let down that good Warner Brothers 16-bit games, in my opinion, were still not up to speed with comparable Disney games, Dynamite says. It was like the perfect platform for the genre. I don't know if I've ever played like a Warner Brothers or Looney Tunes kind of game that... I don't know if I've ever played one that I thought was really great. Like, I like Bugs Bunny's Birthday Blowout on the NES. I don't think it's a really great game. I just kind of like it nostalgically. I think it's okay. I think it's decent, but it's not super good or anything. So, like, that's probably the one that I like best, though. I don't know. I don't know if I can think of any that I really love. The Tiny Toons games are supposed to be good, but I haven't played those. Welcome in. Is that Kiravan? Kiravan Aves, welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining us. Buster Bust Loose on SNES is sick though. Yeah, that's what I've heard. I've heard the Tiny Toons games are supposed to be good. They're decent, Shadow says. I haven't tried any of them yet though. Summer Vacation, Tiny Toon Adventures Summer Vacation movie is great too, Attack Slug says. I've only played a few. I've only played a few Warner Brothers type games. What good ones there are, I'm missing out on. That's the worst part about playing a bunch of trash games. Like, I love playing trash games, but it does eat up a lot of my time, and then I miss out on a lot of good games in the meantime. All right, we're actually in a really good position right now. No, I'm messing it up. We're in a worse position now. I made our position worse. I think that was what, 3? It's 4 hits per jaw. Four hits per jaw, that's 12 hits. After I've already taken out the eyeballs. And there's more stuff to do after the jaws. I know 12 hits doesn't sound like a lot, but when it's an enemy that damages you on contact, and your only means of attack is a physical contact attack, it's a lot of hits. Oh. That was another good attempt though. Anytime I can get a jaw broken off, like, should be something to celebrate. Rabbit Rampage on SNES should have been great. But it just doesn't work, Dynamite says. Pizza for dinner, right on. Loyal says, I had a bomb egg salad sandwich with chips, pickles, sauce, and jalapenos? Oh, jalapenos. This pixel art is wild. Looks like Motorhead. The visuals for Ecco, like that. The thing about Ecco the Dolphin is, like, I've said this a whole bunch of times, but and particularly the Genesis version, because it doesn't have this music. It has decent music. Like, Ecco looks great. It has got really good music. The story is just wild and weird and wonderful. The gameplay is pure torment. Just agony. It makes it unbearable. Tech Slug says, made a burger with goat cheese, bacon, and strawberry jam. That sounds wild. That sounds amazing. Are you a chef? Loyal says. No, but I do recommend trying it. Goat cheese and strawberry jam. Boy, the thing is, I'm really picky about food. If we open this, it's a tremendous can of worms. I'm really scared of a lot of foods. But I would like to be brave enough to try something like that. My strawberries went bad, or I would have had sliced strawberries on there too. Loyal says I love to call jalapenos that. Yeah, no worries, Loyal. That's like, you know, it made me laugh when I figured it out. Purple Pink Narwhal, welcome in. I came out of lurk to tell you that sounds super good. I'd eat it, Shadow says. Are you a person who eats just brown food? I don't think I'm that bad. No, but I used to be. I used to be really bad and really picky, and I still am in a lot of ways. I have a lot of intense hang-ups around like condiments and around dairy food. Like those are like my biggest things. I have a dread phobia of ketchup, and that bleeds over into almost every condiment. And I mean phobia in like the clinical sense of an irrational fear that causes me tremendous disproportionate amounts of anxiety. And that just bleeds over into most other condiments, mustard, mayonnaise, relish. They're all, I gotta stay away from all of them. And with dairy, like, I really love cheese and I really love milk, but I like to have them in straightforward ways. I'm really anxious of like most forms of warm dairy, and anytime cheese gets mixed with something else, like even like normal things, I don't like to mix cheese with produce is like the general rule, but there's so many things that break it that to say that's meaningless, because I'll eat a pizza, all right, and I know that that cheese on pizza is dairy and that tomato sauce is produce, and that breaks the no dairy and produce rule, but I'm a mess. Sir Punks-a-Lot, welcome in. You played too much Burger Time. I'm past my brown food phase, Loyal says. Let me catch up here real quick. I've known people like that. I love deep fried food, Loyal says. Narwhal says, I'm really into goat cheese right now. You just reminded me there's goat cheese in the fridge. I've only had goat cheese once, and I didn't hate it. It's something it's something that I am open to experimenting with again. And in fact, there's a goat cheese at our local grocery that I see almost every time I go in there, and I just haven't been able to pull the trigger on buying it. But it's a wedge of goat cheese that has it's like another cheese that I like, where it's been soaked in a red wine and formed like a deep purple crust around it. And every time I see it, it looks tantalizing, but I just haven't worked up the courage to pull the trigger on buying it yet. Punk says I'll eat almost any food. I'm sorry to hear that. Ketchup is just sugar water anyway. I hate ketchup, Loyal says. I'd rather mayo. Pookie Stan, welcome in, Pookie. Did Pizza the Hut on Spaceballs horrify you? I can't explain the depths of... I don't know what the origins of my madness are, Pookie. I don't have like a... I don't have a Bruce Wayne falling down the well into a cave full of bats moment to justify why... to justify the origin of all my fears, but... That's a good pull. A good feta cheese is goat cheese, I think Loyal says. Goat cheese and honey slapped together, Narwhal says. Have you tried hot honey? Feta is not goat cheese, Dynamite says. Texla agrees. Not a spicy food person, but my dad and brother love it, Narwhal says. Goat cheese and a good tart berry jam is also a nice combo. Spicy foods are spicy foods, so hot sauces are a condiment that I can eat and in fact love. I do enjoy spicy foods. Everything I make, in fact, tends to be. I've been accused that all the food I cook is too spicy, because I have a tendency to use habanero peppers in everything that I make. If there are good-looking habanero peppers in stock at the store, then everything I make for the next week is going to be spicy. Because basically everything I make, like if I make chili, right? Habanero peppers, habanero, onion, and garlic are like the three starting ingredients for every single thing I cook. If I'm gonna make a chili, if I'm gonna make a stir fry, if I'm gonna make a pasta sauce. Every time I don't have to put onion, garlic, or habanero peppers on any of my shopping lists because I'm going to buy them every time. I don't have to be reminded. I had to Google it, Loyal says. Feta is normally 100% sheep's milk, but it can have up to 30% goat milk and still be feta. Fair enough. I just love cheese also, Loyal says. I really like cheese, but I don't like to have it in or on top of other things. Like if I'm having cheese, I just like to have like a block of cheese, like, cut down into bites and just have it with some crackers or just nibble on it, just straightforward. A good spicy chili. Yeah, it's gotta be. It's gotta be spicy. No. I gotta watch what I'm doing. I got a nice smoked Gouda from the store the other day, Loyal says. So great on a grilled cheese. I changed the way that I eat eggs. Within the past, like, I don't know, 2 years, I think. I don't know exactly how long it's been, but for the longest time, I had only really liked my eggs cooked really, really hard, like a solid fried egg, or a really or a really hard scramble. And still, if I'm having scrambled eggs, that's how I tend to do them. A very hard scramble, but it was just like roughly 2 years ago that I I learned to appreciate the joy of the over easy egg, or really a very easy sunny side up egg. And so now I've gone in the exact opposite direction to now I have my eggs done as easy as I possibly can cook them. Now I like to have my egg, because I like to have my eggs like fried in a hot oil with I never flip them. I just spoon the hot oil over top of the egg until the white has just barely set and the yolk is still basically pure liquid. And that's how I like to have my eggs now, because I can make them like that and eat them on top of toast. Or what got me to do that, what got me to even try it, was the idea of topping a stir fry with an egg cooked like that, which I'd known for a long time was something that people do, but I hadn't been bold enough to try it for the longest time. But when I did, it completely changed everything. And just about a week ago, the new thing that I tried was I was at a diner and I got a chicken fried steak, and like that normally comes with a country gravy, but again, warm dairy terrifies me, so I don't like a country gravy. So a chicken fried steak isn't really super appealing to me then, because like it's nice to have like something to top it with so it's not dry. But I had the idea to get over easy eggs to top my chicken fried steak with. So like I used that in replacement of the way most people would have a gravy, and it was wonderful. So it my willingness to experiment with my eggs has paid off in many different ways. I love my eggs runny and yolky, Loyal says. Yeah, that's the way that I do it now. I prefer a soft scramble, Narwhal says. Yeah, I'm at the two extremes. I'm at the two extremes where I like my scrambled eggs to be a pretty hard cook, but then my fried eggs to be the exact opposite. Extremes, I know. There are no increments to my dial. It's just broken and permanently stuck on 11. Soft eggs are so much better than scrambled or fried, Dynamite says. I like a hard scrambled egg, because if I have a big bowl of them, I can put some hot sauce on them, and I like them to be thoroughly cooked so that there's some chew to them, so there's some resistance. And I know that like people find that to be like rubbery and off-putting, and you can definitely overdo it, but I think that I think that's what I like about a hard scramble. Is something, if I'm just having the eggs in like a bowl, I like there to be something to bite through. It's hard. It's so hard to imagine. It's so hard to imagine you liking runny eggs. Punk says, "I never would have believed it. I never would have believed it myself. I was so horrified by them for so much of my life." But yeah, now it's far and away. It's far and away my preference to have a runny egg on toast. And now I'm looking for more and more situations where I can top a food with a runny egg on it. I know that people put fried eggs on burgers sometime, and like that seems like something I should put a priority on trying out. You also like very rare steaks. This is true. I like my steaks really rare. A steak that most people would probably send back for being undercooked, I'm typically fine with. I mean, I don't like my steaks to be like I don't like them blue. I do like them to be cooked, but I'm all right with them being really red inside. A Gordon Ramsay challenge is to make a ravioli with the filling a liquid egg yolk. They pull it off, but it just seems impossible to me, Dynamite says. I might have to look that up. That seems... I mean, that seems really difficult. I was gonna say that seems really extravagant, but I mean, if you're making it yourself, like, eggs and flour are not really that expensive, right? Lionfish, welcome in. Hello, younger version of Jack Black. Well, thank you. I feel that to be a pretty tremendous compliment. I don't think I could live up to that, but I thank you nonetheless. I hope you're having a wonderful time tonight. Fried egg on red enchiladas if you like them, Shadow says. That sounds like something that, sounds like something my wife would like. You're gonna let him call you that, Dynamite says. I took it as a compliment. Frownie doesn't remind me of Jack Black at all, Loyal says. I think I'm lacking the comedy skills, the musical talent, the high energy. I think there are a lot of things missing from the formula in my case. I struggle with a lot of struggle with a lot of Mexican style or Tex-Mex food though, because there's a lot of cheese, there's a lot of sour cream, there's a lot of avocado. Like, these are all pitfalls for me. There's a lot of traps to fall into with that style of cooking. I do like this. There are a lot of Tex-Mex foods that I like, you know, but I like the spices, and I like a lot of the dishes, but the typical toppings that come with them, or fillings. They make it a little bit hard for me to order things sight unseen from those kinds of restaurants. If I'm gonna have food prepared in that style, a lot of times I have to try and cook it myself, or be very obnoxious when I try to order. And I prefer not to. Welcome in Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to you, my friend. Thank you for the pistachios. Always great. I've missed you for a little while Tuesday, so I hope you've been doing well. Very happy to have you back with us. And as I was saying to a few others, I'm sorry that you have to return on an Ecco the Dolphin night. As happy as I am to have you here, I feel guilty for greeting you at this game. Ecco the Dolphin sounds like a dying engine. I'm in Texas and close to the border, so lots of Mexican food down here, Shadow says. Right on. I'm pretty sure I've probably mentioned I used to live in Texas as well. I lived between Houston and Galveston for a very long time, and I had a lot of good times when I lived down in Texas. I had a lot of good friends there, but boy, it was awful. Every time I went outside, it's too hot. It's too hot. We were there for like 7 years, and I don't know if there was a single day of weather that I didn't hate. San Diego is pretty, Shadow says. I never traveled there. Thank you for the wheel, Loyal. We'll give that a spin too. We're already paused, so. A dying engine is probably preferable to Ecco the Dolphin. The list of things that are not preferable to Ecco the Dolphin is a short list, though. There's a reason food has overtaken the chat, Dynamite says. It's because all of us, including Frownie, hate the game. Happy Tuesday to you too. I'm doing fine. And yourself? I'm alright Tuesday. I was saying before, I was starting off the night a bit low energy. I mean, I'm always kind of low energy, right? It's a chill late night stream is my excuse. But I'm feeling all right. I'm just Dynamite's not wrong. I hate this game. I like the ocean, but I live in a desert, Shadow says. I'm more of a lake person than an open ocean kind of person. So being up north in Wisconsin, it suits me a lot better. Game and Fit, welcome in. Always a pleasure, my friend. Punk, thank you. thank you for the gift sub, Punk. Very much appreciated. Thank you for your support. Game and Fit, take a key for coming in, my friend. Echo on GBA just when you thought it couldn't get any worse. Well, I don't know. I don't know if you. I guess you haven't been here for it, but we've Echo on GBA. This whole playthrough has been Echo on GBA. That's why it's been so terrible. I have done the Genesis one, but that was last year that we did that one. I would love to visit the desert, Punk says. I want to bask on a rock in the desert like a lizard. Oh. Just imagining the heat is making me uncomfortable. I can feel my skin drying out and burning. If today is Tuesday, then feta is 100% goat cheese. It's always Tuesday in spirit for Master Tuesday. He is a man who knows only the joys of Tuesday, but sadly not those of Friday. He never lives through a weekend. Had 44 days straight of 100+ degree weather this summer. Crushed the old record of 23 days here. Absolutely disgusting. If I see a forecast for a day where the temperature goes above 70 degrees, then I cry a river of tears. And I'd prefer it be much cooler than that. Oh, I didn't spin the wheel. What am I doing? I got distracted and forgot about Loyal's redemption. Yeah, no worries. I remembered right before you told me. Let's go big for a moment. Thank you for the reminder, though. Yeah, no, never hesitate. Never hesitate when I forget something, which is often to remind me. I don't want to rob you. Is that on the... That's on the blue. That is... Hey, that's not even spicy. That's the toxic waste candy. Thank you for that. Hey, Duck Something, welcome in. You're still playing Echo. I am. I'm coming up on 11 hours with Echo. Well, 11 hours with this 11 hours with this level with Echo. I don't know how long the full playthrough's been through. Much longer than that. So toxic waste candy, it's a lot like they're basically warheads. They come in a cute little barrel. They're essentially warheads. Oh no, sour is the worst flavor, Punk says. It's not, it's called the Wheel of Scorchin. I know sour foods aren't spicy foods, but they're both abrasive, right? So this is blue raspberry toxic waste candy. Let's enjoy. Oh my. It's worse than I remembered. Maybe these are worse than Warheads. Ah. Alright. It fades. It fades quickly. I love and miss Warheads, Duck Something says. I've got a whole ton of them. Warheads is something I've liked for a really long time. I've been guilty in the past of sitting and eating so many Warheads in one sitting that I get chemical burns. That I get a chemical burn on the roof of my mouth or my tongue. Game and Fit says, while I couldn't resist, your favorite game of all time was on sale and I just had to get it. My favorite game of all time, Game and Fit, is free if you have a Switch. It's in the the Super Nintendo Online collection. My favorite video game of all time is Super Ghouls and Ghosts on the Super Nintendo, for anyone who may not know. That's probably not what we're talking about. Summer I found out that Warheads make popping candy. I was like the happiest human alive. I've not seen that variety. Maybe I'll try and get some of those for the wheel. I need to shop for some new stuff. I keep not doing that. Oh, I owe a hydrate. Thank you for that, Punk. Super Ghouls and Ghosts is an evil, impossible game. I love it. Game and Fit says it was Story of Seasons, A Wonderful Life. Oh yeah. I mean, I don't. The thing is, I don't like that game. Harvest Moon: A Wonderful Life was a huge letdown to me. It's not the worst thing ever, but it's a very disappointing Harvest Moon. I do think I didn't give it a proper. I do think I do think I didn't give it a proper. It deserves for to have me relook at it. No matter what, there are things about it I know I'm never going to forgive. Yeah, goo, Punk writes. That's the biggest problem with that game right there. The hunger in that game is so obnoxious. No, the biggest problem with that game is where it just leaps ahead in time every now and then, and you get robbed of several years of your life. I don't like that. I don't like the way it moved. The time jumps ahead. I don't like the hunger. I don't really like the growing system. I feel like, if I'm not mistaken, in A Wonderful Life, you really need to grow an orchard, right? Regular crops aren't really viable. It's the fruit trees that you need to specialize in. I might be misremembering that from another game. But yeah, I was really let down by that one. But I do need to give it one more look, because I think the reason why people love A Wonderful Life is, I think that they love it because of the villagers. I think that because I remember the villagers all being very colorful and quirky, and I think that if you play it and you prioritize interacting with the villagers, that there's something to love there. I think that's why people like it. But I'm not in a rush to revisit it. I'll be playing it right now. I hope you enjoy it, Game and Fit. Dynamite says, I would rather try to land the plane on NES on Top Gun for 3 hours than try Super Ghouls and Ghosts ever again. If I could beat these 2 games tonight, if I could beat Echo and Contra tonight and still have an hour or so left for the stream, I'd throw Super Ghouls and Ghosts on just to do it. Are you in film or a teacher? Neither, Tommy. I used to be a teacher. I taught overseas. I was an English teacher in Korea for a few years. And I taught at I taught grammar and writing at a technical college for a couple years, and I've taught college level ESL for a while, but that's been quite a while ago. Don't say it, you said it. I don't know what we're talking about. Now you teach Echo. I just told my wife I thought you were an English teacher. Don't say I'm gonna play SG&G. I would, but don't worry, I'm not gonna get to. Last time we played it went really well. I think I had a 1 death run the last time we played it. When we did the PlayStation 2 version, I think I only died once. There is a rather pleasant irony, right, to the idea that I spent so many years working as an English teacher, and the one thing that I complain the most about in video games is having to read. Punk says, I really like the Rune Factory games. My favorite Harvest Moon these days is probably Rune Factory 4. Which is Rune Factory 4? What platform is that for? Punk. That's not the newest one, is it? Really good at figuring out what people do for a living. I could tell you were special. I don't know that there's much. I don't know that there's much special about me. Don't get me wrong. SG&G is a beautiful game, just like most SNES top games are. Just watching it is fine as long as I don't play it. It's on the DS. I think there's a Switch port for Rune Factory 4. Rune Factory 5 is the latest. Excuse me. Apologies. Rune Factory 5 was the latest one. I think it was okay. Game If It says, still have to be careful of my stomach condition. Food isn't bothering me anymore, but video games are still triggering my symptoms. So I figure I'd try some peaceful games and see how it goes. I have to stop playing for a month after all. Who knows? I have to give up video games entirely. Well, I certainly hope that isn't the case, Game and Fit. And I'm gonna hold out hope for you that won't be the case. Because I know you felt like that. I know you felt like that before, that you might have to walk away from them altogether. And I would hate for that to have to come to that for you. Got a call today. I can see the gastro doctor again starting Wednesday. At least to set up an appointment to do so, which is good. Right on. I'm gonna hold out hope for you, Game and Fit. We want to see you doing well. No! Well, it's okay. The stomach isn't the machine. I'll take it. You're a fun stream, Tommy says. I don't know how I ended up here, but I'm happy I did. Thank you, Tommy. Very kind. I'm happy you found us, too. Glad that you appreciate my awful nonsense. Frownie's one of my favorite streamers, Loyal says. Thank you, Loyal. You're very kind. It's rough and tough, Dynamite says. I hope you're okay soon. We decided to pick up a gym membership. I'm even getting into cooking, too, Game and Fit says. Between those two, I should be drowning in women at no time, Game and Fit says. I wish you the best of luck, Game and Fit. I really love cooking. It takes up a bit of time. Like I gotta say, like I really like making my own food from scratch and stuff, but it is an inconvenience. If you go too crazy with it. Very chill vibes here. Thank you, Modus. That's the goal. I really want for the stream to make for like a decently like calm and relaxing place. As calm and relaxing as a stream of a guy constantly crying and pulling his hair out can be. How does one even avoid any of the shrapnel the alien head releases? So yeah, when you hit one of the eyeballs, all of these like projectiles rain down on you, and they come out in kind of an arc. If you're firing from far enough away, and you swim up toward the top, you can swim out of the way of them. But it's tedious and not necessarily, I don't know, because there are downsides to it. Because even if you, like, my thought is like to just wail on the eyeballs and tank the damage from the projectiles, and hope you get lucky that it isn't too bad that you can move on to the next phase of the attack. I'm not saying that's, I mean, I've been on this stage for 11 hours, so my strategies are clearly not good strategies, but you can swim away to kind of avoid, or maybe even mostly if you're really good, avoid them. But the downsides to worrying about it is that there are projectiles coming in from the outer edges of the arena at all times. And if you swim up near the top, it spawns another little enemy to chase you. And it's like, well, I'd probably end up losing health to those other obstacles anyway, so why bother wasting the extra time to swim around when I can hope for good RNG? Sounds worse, the more I think about it. I'm not glad I found Frownie. I'm positive I'm gonna have a nightmare with this boss soon. I'm surprised I haven't already done him since. Nightmares of this boss and 100% goat feta. If I get scooped up into the mouth, it's best to just let it happen. If I fight against the boss at that stage, I might escape, but I'll be so damaged that I don't have a chance to defeat him. And if I die in any other way, I go back to the machine. So if I accidentally get caught up in the boss's mouth, it's much better to be sent back to the stomach. This stage is way better than the maze of the machine. Like, I'll gladly run this stage 1,000 times before I'll run the machine once. This stage here, by the way, did not exist in the Genesis game. So when I played the Genesis game, I went back to the machine every time I died to the boss, no matter how I died, and there were no checkpoints in the machine. So in those ways, the Genesis game is worse. This game, the screen movement is nauseating, Punk says. Yeah, it's not good. And it's worse that you can't see a huge percentage of the portion that should be on screen. So like you're still responsible for so much. But yeah, you're very much not alone, Punk. One of my regulars has to bounce every night that I play this because the screen movement gives him motion sickness. When you get chomped, just accept your fate, Pookie says. Exactly. Oh, Pookie. Also, that thing that you, I think it was you that shared in the Discord, that the number 6 without an S is really the number 9. I have a friend who's very superstitious about the number 9, and so I can't wait to share that with him and see what he has to say. I don't get sick watching this, but it's not pretty, Shadow says. The Zen of Ecco the Dolphin. It's a wrap, I think, what's popping tomorrow. So I usually don't stream on Saturday, Dynamite. I'll probably be back Sunday night. If not Sunday, then Monday. But I don't have the schedule for next week planned out yet. We're gonna play. I mean, we're probably gonna play more of this next week, unless I can finish it in the next hour or so. We'll be playing this next week. Tears of the Kingdom, Mario's Missing, Wario Land 3, maybe some more Aladdin on the Super Nintendo. I'm kind of thinking about learning 100% of that game. And Contra Advance. I don't plan on starting anything new up, so it's gonna be more of all those. But as for the specific things on a specific day, I'll have to tell you again at the beginning of next week. We do have Contra on the list. Hours, yeah. I'm gonna give Echo until. I'm gonna give Echo, I think, until we hit the 4-hour mark. I'm at 3 hours and 8 minutes now of stream time, so I think we're gonna do this for 50 more minutes, and then we're gonna switch to Contra. We've gotten closer to defeating the boss. We've done better tonight. We've done better tonight than I have either of the other 2 nights. "4 hours of Echo, what have we done to get your wrath?" 4 hours is about what I have, like, the stamina for at any one time with this game. I think 4 hours is a good amount of non-productive suffering. I mean, we could always get really unlucky, Loyal, because, like, say I play this for 50 more minutes, and then when I'm ready to quit, we have a raid come in that's, like, really, really hyped for some Echo playthrough, then I'm gonna have to play even longer to satisfy the raiders, so we could have really bad luck and have to play it even longer. Echo heads, as the fans are known. Alright, I kinda lied about my own strategy. I've been not mashing and tanking the damage like I said I was doing. It had been working for me before. It's not working for me now. Oh yeah, hang on. No, we're in phase 2. Just don't die. Oh, if only there were a way to restore your health. Like, if I could, like, swim away from the arena and eat some fish, or... I mean, I know it's pretty atypical for there to be health refills during a boss fight, but... I mean, you know... Ocarina of Time gives you some health jars during the bosses. A completely unrelated game that came out way after has a feature in it, so why doesn't this one? Don't put that out there in the universe. I'm about 80% asleep, Pookie says. Trying to use coffee to keep me going, but when I'm ready to call it a day, I'm gonna find some wall meat and sleep will coma me. What is wall meat? In Pookie's case, Loyal, wall meat is an affectionate term for whatever delicious snack he happens to find. I don't know what they were thinking, but seasons of this game last 10 days now? What? Isn't that not the way it was in the original Game & Fit? Were the seasons more than 10 days originally? I don't even remember. It's gonna be a burger on a hoagie bun with some steak fries. Very nice. I like steak fries. I like lots of different types of fries. It was originally 30. 10-day seasons is disgusting. That's barely a week, Punk says. Yeah, back to the machine, Shadow. One moment. Just a quick reset to the audio. The audio on my end of the stream drifts, as many of you are probably familiar with, so every now and then I have to manually reset it to get it to sync back up. It's not a big problem. Maybe you have to download more days to each month with DLC. Maybe they've changed something. Yeah, 10 days to harvest crops sounds unbearable. Despite the machine being the worst of the two stages, it's easier to look at. But I'd rather have more attempts at the boss of the other stage. Yeah, that's the thing, is like I can get through the machine. Sorry, I can get through the stomach really reliably. The machine, like every time I come here, it's like, well, this is the next 20 minutes of my life. Why is it that you keep getting ping-pong back and forth between the stomach and the machine? It depends on how you die at the boss, Tommy. If the boss pulls you into his mouth, then he can swallow you, and that sends you to the stomach. But if you die any other way, then you go back to the machine. So that's why if I accidentally get pulled into the boss's mouth, I try not to, like, I try to just let him swallow me, because you can fight your way back out, but if you do, you'll be damaged, and so you're basically guaranteed to die and be sent back to the machine. So it's like I'd rather just take my chances and let him swallow me if I make that mistake, because I'd rather run through the stomach than the machine. But yeah, it all depends on how you die. Let me pause a moment. GameFit says, the dialogue says, hopefully you'll find someone who really clicks with you in your first year here. Oh, so 40 days to find someone. Hey, I'm good, but I'm not that good. And Punk says, speed dating. The walls are made of D6s. They're kind of poorly, are they not kind of poorly crafted dice? I feel like the dots don't really line up in a familiar pattern. Horribly balanced dice. Let us know if the game still has the goo effect in it. I'm gonna give it the good old college try. Worst case scenario, I still have the original game on the PS5. Well, hopefully they made other changes that will be in the game's favor, because it would be it would be a shame for them to have made it worse. I mean, it's already a game I don't like that much, but I don't want it to let you down. They've added a stamina bar. Does your wife play games as well? Big Echo fan, possibly? She does. She doesn't play, you know, nearly as often as I do. She likes platformers, and she likes Rock Band. She likes to play the Rock Band drums. But really, platformer games are like, I mean, she'll play a little bit of Mario Kart sometimes too. But it's almost 100% platformers for her. Or sometimes a weird novelty game that I'll throw at her just to watch her reaction. Oh yeah, she likes point and click adventures too, but she hasn't played very many. For a while we were playing like shovelware escape room games from the Wii from the Switch eShop. She likes those too. Echo, I don't think there would be any chance of having her play through Echo. She has a YouTube channel. She posts Let's Play videos every now and then, but they're very infrequent. She doesn't have like nearly the time to work on them. So like she publishes a video like once every few months. I have a fondness for the hidden picture puzzle games. We call them peep'em games, Punk says. Like I Spy type games. I have like 5 guitar controllers. Surprisingly, those are actually worth some money now. I guess everyone got rid of theirs, so now they're suddenly a sort of rarity, Pookie says. I imagine the drum set is even more rare nowadays, too. Yeah, I haven't, we've got a couple of the guitar controllers still. And we've got a Rock Band drum set for the Wii. They don't get a ton of use. Once every couple weeks, we'll play. We've been playing Lego Rock Band on the Wii every now and then. Mega Man 5 on the NES is my wife's favorite game. And it's that, I believe it's that one as opposed to any other Mega Man game, because that's the one that she had as a kid. I saw them up for sale for a decent amount. Doesn't necessarily mean people actually buy them, though. Yeah, I don't know, I haven't had to buy one lately, so I wouldn't know. I definitely know that the accessory that I definitely know has not risen in value is the Wii Fit board. I don't know how many people out there spend time in thrift shops, but at the thrift shops around me, I see mountains of Wii Fit boards every time we go in. And I just think to myself every time, I wish there was some way to use that for something. I wish I had a purpose for that because they're so easily obtainable. Retro is huge right now, more so than ever. Loyal says. I think it's only gonna get everything's only gonna get more rare and expensive. Used to see those guitars all the time at Goodwill, but now everyone wants them for whatever reason. Shadow says they do sell. The white one I own regularly sells for $60 to $70. Wow. I like I Spies, Punk says. Sometimes a Peepum game will have like a wildly convoluted plot and bad full motion video cut ins. Those are my favorite. Have you ever streamed Mario Paint? I have not. We definitely could. I wonder if my Mario Paint cartridge would have any of the would have any art still saved on it yet. And if it does, I wonder if any of it's even mine. You would need a PlayStation 2 network adapter. I got you covered, Pookie says. Wii Fitboard only told me I was morbidly obese when I first weighed myself. I don't even think I was that heavy at the time. Dread my guitar breaking on me and having to get a new one. Yeah, I mean, if that's what they're going for, let's hope let's hope they hold up. Let's hope they continue to hold up. Did Zergling, welcome in, my friend. Good to have you here. I gotta ask, is it at least getting easier to get back to the to the to the blender? I mean the boss. Not really. It's about the same to get back to the boss, Zergling. I have done better at the boss when I've gotten there a couple times. Like there are 3 phases essentially to the boss fight. The boss doesn't change, but you've got 3 goals to focus on. And you could kind of do them in different orders as well, but anyway, for simplicity's sake, there are 3 phases to the boss fight, and I've made it to phase 2 a couple times tonight, which I had not been doing earlier. So I don't really think my skill's gotten better, though, is the bad news about that. I think that I've just had better luck. But that's what it's all about. That's my strategy to playing games. That's my secret. There's only a finite number of button combinations that can lead to the wrong outcome. So if I just play a game long enough, eventually I'll accidentally hit one of the right button combinations and will succeed. We shall see. Good one. Took the kids down to the river today, Zergling says. Want to get one last summer activity in before the winter turns to fall. Hope that was a good time. It sounds like it should have been. I tend to look forward to more fall activities. I mean, I guess the kind of outdoor activities that I like to do, you could do in any of the warmer seasons, right? Because I just kind of like, going for walks. Hiking. For dinner, 6-egg omelet, salt, pepper, cheese, ham, 3/4 pound of ground beef. I haven't been able to work up the courage to combine eggs and cheese yet. To open this box yet again. I'd really like to make omelets. But I haven't been able to overcome my fear of mixing cheese with my eggs yet. Why do you fear mixing cheese with egg? I'm just afraid of mixing cheese with anything. It always gives me trepidation. It's just one of my weird food hang-ups that I'm very weird about mixing dairy with anything. Or very wary of mixing like milk or cheese or cream with anything. And I try to push myself and try new things and like experiment with foods that are sort of outside my comfort zone, but the boundaries are slow to expand. But they do expand. We were talking earlier, like I just, like 2 years ago, I just started finally eating runny eggs. So there's I do take chances and change things. It's just slow. Playing Mario while I watch, Pookie says. Could I ask which Mario game, Pookie? I mean, it's basically hard to go wrong with any Mario title, right? But guess that makes sense. I don't want to have a cow, man. my thought. So I did experiment a little bit with trying to enter the world of omelets. I thought what I would do is I would cook all of the components that I would put into an omelet separately. And then, and then just have a bowl of each thing, and then I could just eat them together and experiment. But it didn't go very well. I had designs of making a spinach and mushroom omelet. But it didn't go over super well. I wasn't super pleased with the combinations. Right now it's Mario Galaxy on the collection for the Switch, Pookie says. That's one of the few Mario games I actually haven't played. I hear it or Galaxy 2 are maybe like the best ones. But those are like some of the only two Mario games I haven't played. Tried something totally new last night, Zergling says. Bought 10 pounds of beef fat from the butcher. Had a few ounces of that with some steak for dinner, just the beef fat. I'm guessing like solid beef fat or like rendered down, like soft. I guess if it were solid beef fat, it'd be like gristle, right? Beef fat's really tasty to cook with, but I don't know about how I feel about having it on its own myself. Still not ready for bed, Pookie says. Gonna put a couple sausage patties in the air fryer. Right on. Kind of starving. Yeah, a bit of buffer before bedtime. Wonder if drinking coffee makes you hungry. Like your body demands food to soak it up if you drink a lot. I don't know. I couldn't tell you, Pookie. Do I get hungry when I drink lots of coffee? I don't know. I mean, I drink a lot of coffee during the stream every night. I usually have a little snack to go with it, but I don't really feel like I don't have a snack tonight. So I guess I don't have to have it. Haven't played Galaxy 2, Shadow says. Had it for so long. Yeah, me too. Galaxy 1 is great. I have a hard time getting into Galaxy. The control to camera gameplay is weird. Here it's a blast once you get used to it, though. Yeah, because you wouldn't have there's no second stick for the camera. solid beef fat. Often when I have coffee... Solid beef fat, various cuts. Some with gristle, most is quite tasty. Totally overcooked the steaks and the fat. I'll do better next time, I hope. I mean, whenever I have a steak that has, like, you know, that has, like, a good portion of fat on it, I'm no stranger to enjoying that, so... Yeah, that doesn't seem all that strange to me. And in fact, could probably be quite enjoyable. No! Ah, that's the best position we've been in, and I wasted it. We had both the eyes gone, and I still had 2 pieces of health. That should have been so good. Ah, and then I got consumed because I was careless. That's the best position I've been in. That really could have been it. It probably wouldn't have been, but to have died with so much going for me. Oh, cool. That didn't do what it was supposed to do. Hey, Streaming Fist. Good talk, everyone. I'm gonna lay down now. Good night, Streaming Fist. I get hungry often when I have coffee, Zergling says. I also tend to associate coffee with having something sweet on the side. Might be more inspired to eat to calm an upset stomach, mostly. Hopefully no dreams about Hank Hill. Someday, Streaming Fist, I hope that you get to go shopping for that propane. Even if you have to do it on your own or with someone else. I had a great dream about propane, I tell you what. Hey Congo, welcome in. Great to have you here. Why is it aliens? Can you purposely throw yourself into the mouth, or is it only when it does certain attacks? I think it has to be during certain attacks. Like, I don't think I can be like, oh, I only have 1 piece of health left, and then drive and then just drive into the enemy's mouth. I think I have to wait for him to be... I think I have to wait for him to be, like, trying to swallow me. Because even then, even if I get swallowed up, like, I think it damages you on your way into his mouth. So, like, you know, if I'm really low on health, if I just sit there and try to let him swallow me, well, just I'll be damaged during the process and be sent back to the machine. Like, it has to happen to you while you have at least a certain amount of health left in your tank for you to survive the process. If I were better, I could perhaps manipulate it more reliably too, though, but I'm not. It's all right. We've only got like 10 more minutes of this, though. Either way, I'm gonna be released soon. We're really close to the 4-hour mark. I would prefer to not have to play this again next week, of course, but it's at this point that I just settle for any release, even temporary. You can do this. This is the run. I sure wish it was. Fred, the plan is dead, Dynamite says. Good night, bro. Good night, Dynamite. Thank you for trying to hang in there. I'm sorry I let everyone down again. Released? No one is meeting you here? Punk says. This is a prison of your own making. This is true. We're under no illusions. I'm fully aware that the villain of the stream is me. I actually don't mind this, but I'm kind of sick like that, Shadow says. I think they removed the goo, David Fitz says. No! I hate that about A Wonderful Life, but it's kind of synonymous with that game for me. I don't think that they... So Game and Fit, from what you're telling me, I don't think that they re-released A Wonderful Life. I think they made a completely different game and titled it A Wonderful Life. It doesn't seem like anything is, it doesn't seem like anything's the same. You're a legend, Frownie, Loyal says. You didn't let anyone down. We're stoked to hang out with you. Thank you for the kind words, Loyal. I do very much appreciate that. Hoping that instead of them skipping years, it all plays out instead. And why the seasons are so short, maybe? It could be something to that. It's just not the same without goo, Punk says. If you've never played A Wonderful Harvest Moon, A Wonderful Life before, my friends, that goo that we keep talking about is the sound effect from the game when your character is weak with hunger. That's the noise that that the character's stomach rumbling makes. I think that's what that's supposed to be anyway. I'm low on stamina now. I need to save and see what happens when you push it to the absolute limit. My guess would be that probably when it runs out, that your character just passes out and it starts the next day. But I'm just making a pure blind random guess. 7 minutes until Contra, Loyal says. 7 minutes. I mean, it's not going to be exactly at the 7-minute mark, but yeah, 7 minutes. Basically. What we'll probably do is, like, whenever I'm at the first time I get to the boss after the 4-hour mark, when I get sent back to the machines, when we'll quit. So it might be right exactly at the 4-hour mark, or it might be a little bit after. Please, no raids. Probably what happens, but we'll see. We shall. We could be surprised. Quite a bit of health there. No. I tried to let him take me, and he didn't. He refused just to send me back to the machine on purpose. I hate this game. That should be the description of the stream on the About page. I should delete whatever my about description says, and it should just be in quotes, I hate this game. They've changed so much I don't know what to expect anymore. Same characters, same music, different everything else. Maybe they didn't have a copy of the game and the developers had to recreate it from memory. I guess Mr. Alienhead prefers albacore over dolphin. Agent Frownie, former video game lover. No, I thought I was going to make it around there. It's really difficult. I find it really difficult to memorize the path through the machine. And like on the Genesis version it was bad enough, but like it's really difficult because like partially because it's such a random meandering path, but then it's also difficult just because everything looks the same. So it's difficult to pull landmarks to be like, oh yeah, do this here, or like even when you do have like a cue for like what you're supposed to do, sometimes multiple areas look the same, so you can be confused about when you see a cue if you're in the right area for that one. But anyway, it's so much worse on the Game Boy Advance because of the screen crunch. You see less of the screen, so there's less info for you to like take in to make mental notes about. Oh, it's gross. Welcome in, Zubat. Pleasure to have you with us. Do you need to constantly click to fire? You sure do. Yeah, it's a button mashing experience. Even if you had a turbo controller, you wouldn't want to use it because of the way your second shot overwrites the previous one. So if you need to shoot something on the other side of the screen, you have to tap slowly for your weapon to go all the way across. If you mash, your weapon won't go very far. So a turbo button would actually hurt you. The goo is gone. I see what happens when you get dizzy. Whoa. You get dizzy and pass out for 3 hours. We're there, Loyal. So next time, we're gonna get to the boss one more time, and next time we get sent to the machine, we're gonna quit for the night. If I get sent to the stomach, I'm gonna keep going. But when I restart the machine, we're done. We hit the 4-hour mark. Have you ever played the Genesis version of this? I did. I played it about a year ago. And I beat that one. It was rough. It was very difficult, and I was stuck on this stage for 21 hours. The Genesis version, my playthrough of the Genesis version of this game was a pretty horrific experience. And so, naturally, when I discovered that the Game Boy Advance port existed, I thought, why not? Why not take the worst experience of my life and make it even worse? And that's how we got here. I can't help myself. I have to play games that make me suffer. It's been 4 hours of this tonight. So that brings us up. We're at 12 hours of this stage on this playthrough. Hey, Mazin, welcome in. I see someone is researching the cure to solve world hunger. Very appreciated. Oh. That is spectacular, Mazin. I hope you're doing well, my friend. I expect you've got plans for a stream later today. It's hard to say exactly with the time zone differences, but more Pokemon trading card game. Imagine playing this on the GBA with the small screen and no black light. Horrifying. Let me pause. I missed a little bit of the chat. I need to catch up with. If I've missed anything that anyone said, or if I've overlooked welcoming someone in, apologies, my friends. I try to catch the majority of the chat. Conga said, "Is this the only auto scroller in the game?" I think it is, Conga. There are some areas where you kind of get blown around by the wind in the game that kind of make it feel like an auto scroller, but I think this is the only true auto scroller in the game. Never been so stoked for Contra, Loyal says. Yeah, we're about to switch. I personally hope this version of the game found a way to make this level scroll normally. Yeah, I was kind of thinking something similar to that myself before I got here, but no. And the auto scroller's even worse because so much of the screen is cut off by the Game Boy's different resolution that there are a lot of parts in this auto scroller where you have to swim completely off screen and swim around obstacles that you never see. There's one or two places where you just have to go off screen and swim blindly to get through parts because they didn't do anything to fix it for the smaller screen. They just didn't care. I streamed the second starter deck in the Pokemon trading card game. I only slept 3 hours today. We'll see how it goes. I wish you luck, Mazin. Don't lose your mind. Don't lose your mind on stream. Actually playing a bit of the Game Boy Advance earlier. There's a Mega Man collection with Game Boy Advance games. They're pretty good. Not huge into old school action platformers, but I do love the pixel art. Are they... Is this the original Mega Man games, or is this, I know there's, like, the Mega Man ZX games, I think, are Mega Man games. Is it the collection of those? Because I don't think there was an official release for the original Mega Man games, right? Doesn't mean someone hasn't put one together, though. The ZX. I haven't played those yet myself. I think they'd be interesting to give a try. I think, like, I have a very strong suspicion that for the best Game Boy Advance experiences, you really need to focus on playing games that were made for the Game Boy Advance, and not so much games that were ported to the Game Boy Advance. Because I've been kind of burned, I feel like, playing ports. Because no one ever seems to do much to if anything, to really compensate for the screen crunch. And I didn't fully appreciate what a problem it was going to be until some of our recent games. To the stomach. We made it to the boss, though, by the way. I didn't beat it. I got sent to the stomach. We're the next time we get sent back to the machine, we're done. We're gonna switch over to Contra when that happens. I do have to say, though, like, everyone needs to be prepared. I'm not really a big fan of the Contra game we're playing either. Contra Advance is kind of the weakest Contra game that I've played so far. I mean, I like it way better than Echo, don't get me wrong. But it's not gonna be like the pure joy that a Contra game should be. Deep down, you love all the games you play, we know. Well, I do. For these being games I hate, I sure do spend a lot of time with them, don't I? Do you believe Frownie's words, or do you believe Frownie's actions? Well, that enemy put us out of our misery. We're done for the night, my friends. No more Echo. We're at 12 hours. I've been trapped in the machine now for 12 hours. We will play Echo again next week. I don't know what day yet. I'll let you know in the Discord. There is more horror to look forward to. There is more agony in our future. But we're done with it for tonight. We're gonna play Contra for a while, my friends. I believe all the ZXs were original, and yep, the ports are impressive for the tech, but they usually have problems. Yeah, I think that's what I've learned, Pookie. I mean, it might not matter. It doesn't matter as much, I'm sure, for like an RPG like a menu-based game, something like that. Like, I'm sure those probably port over just fine, but anything that's action, I'm now gonna go into it expecting the worst. I'm sure. Not super familiar with GBA, but Metroid is great. The WarioWare is a lot of fun, and the Castlevania is glorious. Yeah, and I played Metroid Zero Mission and Fusion. Those are fine. I don't feel like I don't feel like I ever had any problems. Thank goodness Super Metroid was never ported onto the GBA, right? It would have been miserable. The ultimate in frown technology. Yay, more jank, Loyal says. No idea how that pops in my mind, but did you ever play Star Wars Rogue Trilogy or the N64 games yet? Not on the stream, Mazin. Star Wars Rogue Squadron on the Nintendo 64. Let me go ahead and switch games real quick, and then I'll get back to that. So I'm gonna make a quick cut to my VOD and move us over to Contra.